Hello everyone, good morning, welcome back. It is time to resume our Elden Ring campaign. Last time, which was I guess about a week and a half ago, we did the Radahn Festival and defeated General Radahn, unlocking the movement of the stars. That opens up a couple new directions we can go in. Hey Skull Goblin, good to see you here. And I originally had something a slightly different route planned out, but I thought about it for a while and decided to change things up just a little bit, as if to make our journey through the lands between a tiny bit more logical. So we've beaten our second shard bearer. We got our second talisman pouch. Now we got 3 talisman slots, which is nice. But we kind of skipped the second easiest of those demigods because there are certain side quests we want to do before we challenge Rennala. And the most important of those is selling the side quest. So part of our objective for today is still going to be going up to the Altus Plateau and then up Mount Gelmir and finding Sorcerer Azur so we can advance Selen's quest. I plan to do to cover most of the Altus Plateau and clear most of it in this segment. So, and then we'll come back down to Liurnia and do the Academy of Rhylucaria and Nokron beyond that. I don't expect to get to all of that today, but that's the general direction. Hey, Val. But there's one other route change I wanted to do. Now, I think last time I warped over here to Bellum Church, intending to go up the ruin-strewn precipice. I'm going to postpone that for a while. Instead, we're going to go across the Dragon Barrow and go get the second part of the Dectus medallion. So, and I think if I were like redoing the route from scratch, I'd probably do this part earlier and not do the whole thing with the bottom part of like, getting trapped by the Abductor Virgin on the bottom part of Rhylucaria, just to make the sequence a little bit more logical in terms of how I'm actually moving through the world, but whatever, doesn't really matter. We're going to go ahead and fight a bunch of dragons over here. I'll kill these two just for practice, basically. Make sure that we have good setup for them. The drakes that you find in the Dragon Barrow, the regular non-named ones, don't have any fire attacks. They just have their physical attacks, which is nice. I guess we discovered last time that repeating thrust is maybe not the best. Was I using my Cross Naginata against Exekeys? I think so. I was struggling to hit the head, but that worked out okay there. Charge guard to your face. Okay, yeah, good practice. I'll have to do a few more of those very shortly. What level am I now? I think in the 70s, I want to say. Check in a second. '76. Hey Chris, good morning. I'm glad you caught up. Okay, so over in this direction there is an enormous dragon. That's Elder Dragon Greyoll. And she is the mother of all the other dragons in this zone. You don't really fight her directly, but the mechanic that you're supposed to use is that her life bar is tied to the lives of, I think it's 5 of her children who are currently sleeping in front of her. The brown dragons you can see there. So if you kill each of them, I think it is 5, that'll knock off 20% of her HP each. And then she dies. I guess I got too close and already activated her. The other thing that you normally do to cheese her is you just get behind her where there are no child dragons, and you hit her with a weapon, or I suppose a spell or whatever, that inflicts bleed or frostbite or something like that to just deal percentage damage with the status procs, and you can kill her in like a minute and a half doing that. And that's one of the ways that you can get over leveled really, really early in the game is by rushing here and doing that, because it gives you, if you're carrying a gold pickled foul foot or using a gold pickled foul foot when you get the kill, something like 90,000 runes all by itself, which is a huge leg up. Obviously we didn't do that, and I'm going to attempt to fight this legitimately, so let's see how it goes. Go ahead and use my foul foot now, because I'm going to get runes for each of the smaller dragons I kill. So I'm going to try to kill all of these in about 3 minutes. They only have half HP, so it shouldn't take as long to kill them as the normal dragons. And I got Blood Flame Blade working for meat procs as well. Okay, 2 down. Thankfully, this game is kind enough to mostly prevent ganks. Usually, you don't have multiple enemies engage you at once, because fighting 2 dragons at the same time is obnoxious. But it's also nice that they don't have fire attacks, so there's no riding around on Torrent to dodge the flames or anything like that. Slow her down. Might be cutting it close with the gold pickled foulfoot time, but we'll see. Okay, that's 5. And you see Greyoll's health is cut down in one hit, and she's dead. And yeah, my gold pickup output is just expired, so I'll use another one. I can tell because there's supposed to be a second gold foot icon under the status bar, under the health bar. All right. So it's a tiny bit too slow to do that super efficiently, but still, having both gold pickled foul feet and the gold scarab active, it raised the total rune reward by like 56%, so that was worth something like 110,000 runes for me. How is my username pronounced? I've never decided. You can say what you want. Okay, so beating Greyoll means, well, number one, she's gone forever. But we just got 5 dragon hearts. We could buy a bunch of incantations at the Cathedral Dragon Communion now. And you can also buy a unique incantation from her after defeating her, which I don't expect to use because we don't have the arcane for it. Well, so there's the Fort Faroth Grace. I'm going to circle around first just to pick up some extra items around this way. Lovely Miquela's Lily, and then down on this sledge, here's a special magical winged dame. These are the toughest variants. Oh my god. Oh, what a way to die. Elden Ring doesn't believe in ledge protection. Let's go get those runes back. Okay, so we get a golden rune 9 for our troubles. Was that worth dying and losing a rune arc? Maybe not. This is a lovely view of the Wailing Dunes where we just were fighting Radahn. And you can also see from this ledge over here the funny laser golem. Hello, friend. I don't expect to be down there for a long time yet. Fought Radahn, who won? Really, we were all winners, I think. Let's see here. I think right now, I want to start pushing dexterity fairly soon, but I'm going to go for upgrading the soft stats a little bit further, and then start pumping decks. What Faroth with 35 Vig? I mean, I have 40 with my Rune Arc. I could get up to 4 endurance. Yeah, I'll go for that. So true. The only HP that matters is 1. I don't think this place will be as hard as you guys are fearing. The only kind of tricky part is the, I think, 3 winged dames down on this first room. But, I mean, you can do that to them. And then just pull back and be safe about it. So now that I've said that, I have to not die, or it'll be embarrassing. Poison is a nuisance, but it shouldn't be too bad. Well, I did die. Got grabbed. Ouch. Knew I should have just backed off and not tried to go in for the kill when that had fallen down. Ah. Cool. One more. Alright. Well, that went better the second time. Was there one more bat? Okay. Part of the reason why the poison's not doing too much to us is I had Bestial Vitality giving me 5 HP per second. And also... Actually, do I have the Blessed... No. So, I had a bit of regen to counteract some of the poison's effect. It's still not fast enough to totally negate the poison damage, but good enough, so I'm not really worried about that. There's the second half of the Dectus Medallion. It tells us the other half is in coastal Fort Height in Limgrave. We've already been there, of course. The only thing to do on this rooftop is, like, the place you want to go is down this hole at the far end. If you go straight there, you don't have to deal with any enemies. But I'll go ahead and fight off these Radahn soldiers as well. Since this is the Dragon Barrow, they're much stronger than the other Radahn soldiers down in Caelid. Can't remember where and when Blessing's Boon can be acquired. We could get it already, actually. It's sold. It's in Turtle Pope's default spell inventory. So I could run that. I'm just... until I get a bit more mine... That was not the way I intended to go. Until I get a bit more mined, I'd rather use the regen spell that's a little bit more... a little bit cheaper in terms of FP. Blessing's Boon is great, though, in terms of HP per FP spent. You spend an absurd amount of time in Dragon Barrow and Caelid before Liurnia in your first playthrough. You would kind of expect that the area that's most obviously connected to the starting zone by land might be easier than it is. And I actually agree, Val. It is kind of fun to take on that challenge, even though you know you're underleveled for it. Hello, Ratman. This might be excessive preparation for just a couple of rats around the corner, but better safe than sorry at this point. Immediately wait for charge arc too. Okay, and the final treasure in this place is Radagon's Sword Seal. This is the +5 to all stats, all physical stats talisman. And because you can just sprint through this place without fighting any of the enemies and run down here and grab this, you can go and get this right at the beginning of the game. And it's an incredible talisman when you're level 1. But we've already basically grown beyond the point where the extra stats outweigh the damage penalty. If we were to equip Radagon's Sword Seal, then we would take, like, basically all of our damage negations would go down by 10 percentage points. So we would be taking like 12 to 15%-ish more damage from everything. And that's not really worth the trade-off for the extra attack power we'd get from strength and dexterity and the extra endurance and the extra HP. At least in my opinion. Okay. So that's Fort Faroth, and now we have some work to do back in Liurnia on our way up to Altus Plateau. First stop, over at the Artist's Shack. Hello, Lanedale Night Putty. There's an NPC encounter over here that you might not be aware of.
Can you hear me? Help me! I'm stuck!
after talking to Alexander at the Radahn Festival and beating Radahn, he starts his journey northward, and if you come to Liurnia with him, you find him stuck right here.
Ah, hello. How nice it is to see a friendly face. As you can surmise, I've got myself stuck in another hole. Would you mind helping me out again? My thanks in advance. I know you're the woman for the job. You know what to do, hmm? Give me a good smack from behind with something nice and big. Don't worry about my wound sustained at the festival. I'm stuck back together good and proper. Just give it your all.
Okay, buddy.
Please. Wait. I have a terrible feeling about this. Would you stop hitting me for a minute? I can feel my lower half is stuck on something. I don't think you can get me out just by hitting me this time. Let's think. Perhaps there's a way to slide me out a little more smoothly. What if I could somehow be made slippery or some such?
I am getting out the butter, Val. We need to make Alex more slippery. In the Shifra River from the merchant, we bought the recipe for oil pots, and we got some melted mushrooms, so we can craft these. I just need one. And what they do is they make you, whoever's hit by them takes, I think, 50% more damage from the next fire attack they face, but they also apparently work as a lubricant.
Gosh! Stop! Please! That's my face! Smack me from the other end!
No, I circled around, sorry.
My thanks to you and your razor-sharp wits. Oh. As a token of my thanks, I'd like you to have this.
Well, thanks, buddy. More exalted flesh. If we didn't have Flame grant me strength, that would be quite useful.
Than a toad. Yeah, there were countless oil jars back where I'm from, actually. And now I know what it's like to be one of them.
You just mentioned where he's from. If you talk to Alex more, he gives you some more information about his home. He tells you he was looking for it out from atop the cliff. So this is your one really direct hint that the village down this cliffside exists, other than looking at the map. Or being very, very observant looking around.
To walk the path of champions, one cannot cleave to the past. I'm headed to the Fiery Mount in the north. I can strengthen myself there without fear of cracking this vessel. I will forge myself anew in its flames.
Right, we'll see you up there, Mr. Warrior Jar. But if we ourselves go to the cliff and look out and see, oh hey, there's this village down here. And if we go over this way, there are some tombstones sticking out of the wall that we can use to get down there. Apparently in the early versions of the game, it used to show the trail coming out this way towards the Carrion Study Hall and actually connecting on this side. That trail has worn away. They never were connected in the game, but in an update they changed the map so that the trail shows, like the trail is shown here, but also it's broken by the water, so you can see that they're disconnected here. I think Alex has a nose. I don't even know, like, does he have eyes? Come to Jarburg.
Hello, cuz. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us jars. Ah. Are you going to be the new potentate?
We don't have eyes either. Fair enough.
Gosh. Truly. That's wonderful news. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test, cuz. To see if you've got the right stuff. Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know? I'm sorry, cuz. But I don't think you've got what it takes.
Oh, damn.
It's a shame. Don't look so glum, cuz. We can still chat.
Just because we weren't
Potentate or not.
privileged nobles with nothing to do in their lives.
When you can.
Can't be potentate. Oh well. Hello, pot friend. Are those the lots of oil pots? Did I just smash them all? Lots and lots of rare flowers to harvest around here. This is basically your one-stop shop for most flower-based crafting ingredients. Place really shows they could make more friendly settlements, kinda. Yeah. Well, I guess the one thing I will give them is that the extreme scarcity of friendly settlements does make the very few that exist in the game more memorable. But yeah, they could definitely. I mean, it has an impact for sure to have, you know, friendly places to visit, and I think they could do more with it. You ruined their botanical garden. Don't worry, I'm going to get retroactive permission.
Oh, hello again, cuz. I'm happy you came back. I have good tidings for you, cuz. Have you noticed the rare flowers growing in this village? I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome. Go on, Kaz. You really should pick some of our flowers. Who knows? They might be of some use.
The Jar Baron here has tons of dialogue, and it's kind of annoying and finicky getting it all to trigger. I'm going to rest at the Grace one more time, try to get the next round. I don't think much of what he says right here is very consequential in terms of progressing quests or anything. But I want to try to clear this now, so when we come back later, we won't have to talk to him as much.
He used to live here with us, but then he left to be a champion. I asked to go with him, but he said, "The path of champions must be trod alone."
He called Alex Uncle Alexander, so do we imagine that there is
I miss him, though.
a literal family relationship between these living jars that are stuffed full of warrior corpses?
He's big and tough and strong.
What are the mechanics of that?
Uncle Alexander said he won't be back again. My home is of the past. And the past, as they say, is a different country. I suppose that's part of being a warrior, isn't it? So, please don't tell anyone, cuz. But I'm actually a warrior jar as well. One day, I'll be just like Uncle Alexander. Then I'll have to
He is
leave
calling us
village
cousin True.
to become a champion.
Maybe it's all very metaphorical. Okay. That's all the new events over on the east side of Liurnia, but on the west side, we got a couple more things to do. Well, hello, black box. We did get another imbued sword key over in Celia Town of Sorcery. We can use that at the 4 belfries to open up another, not shortcut exactly, but early preview of an area. One I'm going to pick is, I guess it's technically the middle belfry in terms of elevation, just barely. The one down here that says Night Sky Unceasing. And this brings us to actually rather familiar territory. That's the part of Schiefer River down there that we explored before we went to the Radahn Festival. Now we're up on the other side of the big broken bridge structure. We can descend down here. If you remember, I pointed out the lone Crucible Knight standing and looking up over at this temple, and now we can get to him. The model necklace is the general status resistance talisman. So it's mostly not as useful as the specific ones if you're trying to resist Death Blight or Madness or Scarlet Rot or whatever. Usually you don't see multiple sources of different statuses at the same time, so you should probably pick the specialized ones. But you can stack the model necklace with a specialized talisman for even more immunity or robustness or whatever. Fighting this Crucible Knight is totally optional. It doesn't drop anything, but let's take a crack at it. He's probably thinking about my Three Houses playthrough while looking out on the horizon. I like to think so. Now, you can't really sneak up on Crucible Knights, unfortunately. I'm going to not try to parry this one, I think. Also, they don't bleed, I'm pretty sure. This one doesn't have the tail attacks. Instead, it has this breath attack. Thank you for demonstrating right on cue. Cool. Right, that's all. Just killing a Crucible Knight. And then we can take a closer look at this temple way up here, but we still have no way to get to it. Maybe later. Okay, so back to Liurnia. We'll check in with EG and tell them about our success on the festival.
You finally come.
Blythe stole our thunder.
You've told me everything. You've defeated General Radahn, unlocking the stars. The general was blighted by scarlet rot and driven to madness. But not long ago, he was hailed as the mightiest demigod of them all. There is no parallel to your achievement. Nor to Lady Rani's acute judgment of character. Thanks to you, Lady Rani's fate once again stirs, and the path to Nokron has opened. Descend underground, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron.
Your friend yelled at you to go back and meet all these characters in your first playthrough? Why yell at you about that?
Now the festival is over, and General Radahn is defeated. Jeren's duties are finally fulfilled. Though we served different masters, I could see he was truly adept in his role. Now the time has come to remind him of an old promise made. With the stars of fate.
Never met Ranni until way after you beat Radahn.
A certain sorceress.
Isn't it true that if you go up to Altus and trigger the festival that way, that you can't even meet Ranni? She just disappears until the festival's over?
Of a long-standing Carian weed.
This is Jaren telling us that, or EG telling us that Jaren is now free to go hunt a certain sorceress.
Blythe wanted me to tell you.
And I really think it's stupid how they set up Selen's quest where you have to go up to Mount Gelmir to advance to the next stage. I feel like as soon as you beat Radahn and Jaren announces that he's going to go hunt down the old Graven Witch, that ought to be the trigger to advance the next part of Selen's questline. But no, didn't do it that way.
Descend underground alone, where the fallen star struck Limgrave, and make it yours. The precious treasure of Nokron, so that Lady Ranni may tread the dark path of the Empyrean.
Okay, don't need to wait for Blythe. Interesting.
Something.
Do we want to upgrade any of our weapons? I guess we can upgrade our Godslayer's steel a little bit more. She has special dialogue if you never met her until after the festival. I imagine so. Okay, so at this point we're outside Carrier Manor again. Imagine that right now I went and did the thing I did a while back where I rode over this way, jumped the gap, went back to Hayata, went south, went into Rylocaria, and went to the bottom and got trapped by the Virgin Abductor because we're going to warp to Dr. Virgin. Am I liking Xenoblade X? Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about that. It's been pretty fun so far. I feel like it's weird to adjust to because I don't think the game really supports the same mindset as what I've been doing in my last two streamed games with Xenoblade 3 and now this, where in both of those games I was trying to more or less follow an intended progression and not get ahead of myself in terms of going to high level areas early and trying to be very completionist. And Xenoblade X is, from what I can tell, very keen on making you feel like you're in a hostile world. Like I just did, I finished chapter 3 and I picked up a couple of the early quests, and I just did one that was like, the recommended level was something like 8. I think I was level 9 or 10 at the time. It's like, okay, great, I can do this. And turns out it sends me to a couple different zones, different hexes around the east side and northeast of, what's the main town called? Whatever. But it turns out at the end of the quest, you're just sent to a spot right in front of some like level 29 enemies. You have to pick up an item that's right in front of them and they attack you on sight. And I ran around there for a while trying to figure out, oh, is this like tucked in a cave underground or something? Was there some secret path I'm not missing or I'm missing? But no, you're just supposed to go up there and sneak between the enemies and go grab it and then run away. And that's it. It's pretty funny, honestly. You ever played Xenoblade 1 or 2? I have played all the other Xenoblade games. New LA, that's right. Max level is 60 compared to the usual 99. I think they raised the level cap in Definitive Edition. I've heard that. To talk to Melina here.
The Erdtree is close, only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree, and the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose, though now everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
Love you, Melly.
Shall I turn your runes to strength?
Oh, Goblin, you're not a big fan of X, so you're skipping it. Well, that makes sense. You've tried it before.
Share them with me.
I'm not certain at this point that it's
Thoughts,
really
ambitions,
like the perfect game for me,
you
but
would follow.
it seems pretty fun so far. Want to have Holy Shrouding Cracked Tear. And my Skeleton Bonker 9000. Friend the Tibia Mariner. This one summons a giant skeleton. It can be quite powerful. I think killing him removes him permanently from the battle, though. X has multiplayer, but I don't know, is it like, I don't think you can bring in other players. I think it's just like leaderboard stuff. Am I wrong about that? Another Death Root, which we'll have to bring back to Gronk, and Tibia Summons is a spell that I think is pretty bad. You summon some skeletons that appear for a second and swing their weapons at the enemy, but they don't really have good tracking. Val, you don't want to get it because you only played like an hour of 3. Well, I can tell you they're not, I mean, unless something has changed with the new story content they added in Definitive Edition. They're not really connected story-wise. It's not like you need to know anything about the main series to follow along with X or vice versa. And they also play fairly differently. Hello, Skelly friends. Goodbye. What a view. Wouldn't it be amazing to have a tree that large in real life? It's astonishing. Light pollution would be a bitch, though. Sheer amount of content and build the next is pretty overwhelming. That's, in a way, that kind of worries me. I'm absolutely the kind of person to get bogged down, like, trying to learn about everything and, like, figure out what to do to optimize it. I'm trying to avoid doing that for a while. I like trying to avoid going to people's guides and things like that. Because it is fun to explore it for yourself and try to learn stuff. I just got past the point where you can advance from your base class, and I figured because I had Elma as a Full Metal Jaguar and Lynn as a, I forget what she's called, like Shield Trooper or something, I would go down the bottom path, where you have like the huge cannon and a knife. And interesting how that plays. I got an art that gets a huge damage bonus if you use an aura beforehand, if you have an aura active. So the way I've been using that now is like activate my aura at the start of the fight, which costs me 1,000 TP, so I can't use it all the time. And then switch to my big gun and use that, let it charge up to the 2nd tier, and then use it for massive damage and an AoE, and then follow up by just using Y to spam instant recharges of that same art a couple more times while my aura is still active, and that clears most basic fights in, I don't know, like 15-20 seconds. But I have no idea if that's really like the best thing I could be doing. Just what seems to make sense right now. I've heard there are a couple of the top tier classes that people really strongly recommend to go down first. FMJ I've seen recommended, and one other. I don't remember what it was. I think that's to do with how well they do in Overdrive. I haven't unlocked Overdrive yet, so I don't know if that really matters at this point. Here's our upgraded Pearl Drake Talisman, which is part of why we chose to go to the crumbling Faramazula warp point from the 4 Belfries early, so we would get the basic version of that before we came here and got the upgraded one. My impression of the world in Xenoblade X is it is actually huge, and it's amazing just seeing how much they've put into it. But I also think in the long run, I feel like, I mean, this is me speaking after a couple hours of playing, but I feel like my preference is something more akin to Elden Ring structure, where it's a little bit more focused. And like, yes, you've got these zones where you can go around and do a lot of stuff, but progression is a little bit more constrained. I think that's helpful for keeping up the pace, making the whole game flow better. But yeah, that's still me speaking from ignorance, so I'd like to try it a little longer and see how it goes. Do I play Monster Hunter? I never have, no. I don't really need the Holy Shouting tier anymore. Monster Hunter arc win? I don't know. Maybe someday. You were mean enough to put a trap tile right here, right next to the boss doors. Just to catch you when you come back. Rude. These jerks exploiting the lightning mechanics. Throwing lightning pots at me in the water. What? There's no real need to fight these skeletal slimes or these zombie enemies, but if you want to, you can step on this trap floor tile, and that shoots down lightning bolts from the from the ceiling, and spread out and hit a bunch of them in an AoE, which is nice. Is this worthwhile? No, not really. And here we've got another Lane-Down Knight. Hello, friend. Hi, Vocal Monk. That's not. Ow. Monster Hunter does lend itself to hyper-optimized progression, but that's also kind of the point of the game. I mean, lots of people really love it. I've heard good things about Monster Hunter. Hello. Here's the Lightning Scorpion Charm. I think that's our second Scorpion Charm. We got the Holy One from the Smoldering Church. We haven't gotten the fire one or the magic one yet. The floor in here is another trap. It goes up to ceiling spikes, and almost got smashed. Hello, Ryu. Welcome to the stream. It's too early. More zombies. Also over here, there's some crabs who pop up out of the ground. Luckily they can friendly fire each other. And Spinning Chain does very good work. What's in that cookbook? Oh, lightning grease and lightning arrows and lightning bolts. Cool. Even though we don't have a lightning skill yet, now we have unlimited access to lightning with the grease, which could prove helpful against things like version of abductors, especially on a weapon that hits really quickly like our Spinning Chain Flail. You put lightning grease on and get 5 lightning hits really quickly, and that will stun the virgin abductors if we run into those. Don't get hit by the guillotine, and also have to remember not to get blasted by the lightning arrows when we walk across the floor up here. Avoid the floor trap. Cool. So next boss is yet another Erdtree burial watchdog. I would say these enemies have worn out their welcome as bosses at this point in the game. We've gotten to the duo fight. It's like, okay, I've seen enough. The gimmick with this one is it has lightning attacks, but that doesn't really make it different from the others. So I kind of wish they'd come up with something else for this particular dungeon. Blood Flame Blade hardly matters because this enemy can't bleed, but it does like a couple dozen more points of damage. Really can't do full charge R2s with this weapon. Glovewort Pickers Bellbearing 1. We can buy the Brave Gloveworts 1 and 2 freely now. We haven't really been using Spirit Ashes, so that doesn't matter, but it's an option. That means we're done with the Wyndham Ruins area. Just ride straight back across, down where we found the Guide and Gatekeeper statue, and from there we can go down to the rest of Altus Plateau proper. Not quite enough to level up. I'll get there in a moment. Path across the valley here is guarded. There's some ballistae overlooking the camp. We could circle around the north side and get up that way, or we could just fight our way through it, but I'm going to go south instead. Come on, Archer buddy, shoot your teammate again. I like that. Flail is going hard. The heavy attacks are, at least the charge ones, are truly awful, but I like a lot of the other things that this weapon type can do. Ooh, loot. Alright, let's take the Grand Lift of Dectus for the first time from the wrong side. And we're back in Liurnia. So somehow, even though the Grand Lift doesn't work without you having the medallion, it is mysteriously already at the top of its elevator shaft when you come to it from above. Who knows? Because this platform was definitely down here before when we came up and checked out the bottom of the Grand Lift of Dectus. We didn't really need to take it for any reason. I mean, you could just teleport in this game, and we've already gotten graces on either side. But, you know, just to check it out. We had fun. I want to go over and visit Gargonk again. Before I do that, I'm going to craft a couple of freezing pots. You freezing pots. Have those on hand. If I do this correctly, should have a fairly easy time. We've already given Gargonk 4 Death Root. Once he's gotten 4, and then you rest at a grace or reset his area in any way, he will become hostile. He's quite scary. He's very strong, but you only have to deal a certain amount of damage to him, and it turns out that 1 Frost proc is enough to do it. And that just takes 2 hits with a freezing pot to activate. And that will calm him down.
Put it away. I won't forget. Again. My appetite. My sin. So please. Enough.
Is Gargonk supposed to be Malekith? Yes. If you do his entire quest before you fight Malekith, he will actually have different dialogue. Because he will recognize you. An incantation. Thank you, buddy. I don't plan to use Beast Claw. There you go. Also, since we've been to Altus Plateau, we've activated now a couple of Sites of Grace there. Several events happened here in the Roundtable Hold.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit tuning? I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
Sounds delightful, Rodrika.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold you once more? Now, come closer.
Alright, chat, enjoy this, because this is going to be our last time getting hugged by Fia. At least here at the round table.
You are so very warm. My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back.
Did you do the Roger quest? I did.
If you wouldn't mind. Then good day to you, my dear.
Weather Dagger says, it was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gift. One place we've seen gold and silver intertwined is our friend D here, who's got this gold and silver aesthetic. So let's talk to him.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Well, if you're a true fan of the Golden Order, don't watch this next part.
Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
At least don't watch after we rest at the Grace.
I've decided to leave the Roundtable Hold. I'm off in search of a noble scholar known as the Gold Mask, to beg his instruction. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
Sure, why not? I already know heal. That was just a waste of 1500 runes. And then no catch flame. Eh.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Alright, who's this new spirit that Rodrika told us about? Looks stinky. Geez, you'd think they could clean out all these corpses just piled here. Squishy. Ugh.
Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quietude.
Alright, well we could respect his wishes, or we can talk again.
I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the Hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
Well, I would say whoever that is, he seems like a bad guy. Fortunately, I have to just take that. No fighting in the round table. Except that one time with Insha, and the other time with Albrecht.
Did you need something?
No, I just wanted to sit at your table, D. Oh no, where has D gone? D? No! Nice armor, though. Not a bad look. What happened here, Fia?
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place. The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well. Though I ask you deliver this message
You kill him?
to the Roundtable Hold. I am Fia. Deathbed companion. Hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting. To one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise. The Lord of the many and the meek.
Okay. Sorry, bro. We'll try to track down Fia later. Back to Altus. We'll rest here and make it nighttime, and then we'll proceed down the highway. Good timing on the crit there, managed to dodge an arrow. Ooh, the Golem Greatbow. That's the strongest Greatbow in the game, I think. I don't really expect to be using a Greatbow, but it is an option. Requires 24 strength, but you always have the two-hand bows, so we already have the requirements for it. The reason we made it nighttime is because there's a Knight's Cavalry who patrols the highway here. what? I think I'll try doing this while mounted, using my Knight Rider flail. See how that goes. May have buffed a little bit too early, because turns out he was riding away from me. Wasting like half my buff time. Clear out the... Is the most effective way to do this? Probably not, but kind of amusing. Shared Order is a pretty useful skill. It gives you an aura buff, so it's the same kind of buff as Golden Vow, and it's weaker overall, but it specifically gives you a pretty big damage bonus against those who live in death. So if we're fighting those kinds of enemies, we probably want to use that instead of Golden Vow. I'm searching along the road because oh, there it is. I'm looking for the dust trail for another invisible scarab who gives Ash of War Earthshaker. Just a big AoE blast you can do by... You can put that skill on really large weapons and then you slam it into the ground and it creates a shockwave. And check out a campsite over in this direction, then circle back around to the Grace over that way. One more golden seed. I believe that'll be enough to let us upgrade our flask again. Oh, Erdtree, great Erdtree. The Golden Order itself, unwavering, stretched to the sky. Confer your guidance to our Elden Lord to put this weary world to rights. I agree, friend. Lingdale Knights have the rejection spell, which is pretty funny. But I managed to interrupt him. Add charge to flask, please. Huh. I thought Melina was supposed to show up at this grace.
Bok, the scene ready to make a jump. Master, my apologies. Your wardrobe and
Oh, I haven't given him the gold needle yet.
Demigods, and
Another step in box quest before that.
Can't make adjustments to them.
Since we bought Radahn's armor, and that's a piece that you can alter, that triggers this part of box quest, where you need to give him the gold sewing needle that we found at the Church of Vows.
Is that a gift from my undeserving self? Thank you kindly. But what on earth could it... Oh, what amazing. I've never seen a golden needle. Not in all my life. With a spectacular royal crest to boot. Are you certain that this is for me? Oh, I can hardly believe it. Have faith in me, Master. I'll polish my craft enough that I deserve this golden gift. I'll be the golden seamster.
I believe it, Bok.
Now
I'm proud of you.
I'll be able to sew anything. Even the threads of the demigods.
Dead Blossom says, I've enjoyed all my Fire Emblem vids and sometimes pop in to watch me play Elden Ring. You have to say you really appreciate how I always explain the game mechanics under the hood. I'm glad you appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Glad you're enjoying them.
Master, may I ask you something? Would you mind if I called you Lord? I heard that you and the other Tarnished seek the throne of the Elden Lord. Well, I know that you will be the one, and you'd make just the manner of kind-hearted Lord that I'd wish for. So please, if you would, allow me to call you Lord. You don't say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bok.
My lord, my lord. Please become Elden Lord. And please let I, Bok the Seamster, remain at your side. Do you think that Mum would be pleased if she knew that I'm as good as any royal seamster now? Oh, it's still not enough. I need to learn how to sew from scratch like her. Going already, my lord. Please do be safe on your journeys.
Now we should be able to talk to Melina about Bok. Yes. Fortunately, resting at the Grace has canceled out the falling leaves that would have given me a rune bonus. Oh well.
From time to time, I think he misses his mother. He wants someone to tell him he's beautiful. Does being born of a mother mean one behaves in such a manner?
Weird question. Think so?
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment. Share them with me. Your thoughts.
Let's get some mine now.
Your ambitions. The principles you would follow.
Cool. So one more thing to do over here at the side the Altus Highway is we're not going to take down the big staircase leading up to the what's it called? The capital outskirts just yet. But if you go to the right of the grand stairway, you end up coming across this big field with a whole bunch of raiders, and it's defended by some Lanedale soldiers and also a bunch of gravity miners. Here we see one more gravity miner posing suspiciously at the side of what turns out to be a really big crater. I'm going to go ahead and I'll change my weapon first. We're about to fight another Fallingstar Beast, and these are weakest to physical attacks, but they're they're weakest to elemental attacks, not physical attacks. It's like 20% to magic, fire, lightning, and holy resistance. 35% resistance to all kinds of physical. So it doesn't really matter like what kind of physical damage you're doing, if you're doing physical damage at all. And really you'd be better off using some kind of element, but I will persist in just using physical attacks with my strongest weapon, which is my, well, okay, it's probably our Bloodhound's Fang, but I'm going to go with the Crossfire. Regen going, and Golden Bow, and Blood Flame Blade, and Flame Grant Me Strength. Will you, and here we go. Wow, I missed my timing already. If you hit the Fallingstar Beast while it's charging like that in the head, you can stun it out of the charge, but the timing is pretty tight, especially for a melee attack. And it has to be an attack that can deal, I think, at least a modest amount of stance damage. You can't, like, just hit it with a single throwing dagger or something. Wrong way. The same attack twice, huh? Fallingstar Beasts are also weaker in the head, so if you can hit that, that's better. Don't really have the easiest time doing that with this weapon. I was going to try for stabbed as a base, but didn't get the timing. That's so sad, missing that charged R2. You can roll through that rollout attack. Seriously? That missed? Unbelievable. I'm gonna die. Okay, good. Ah, missed the gold pickled alpha. Oh well. Alright. Yeah, that one's tougher than the one in the, what was it? The Celia Crystal Tunnel. Partly because it's got a much bigger arena and it can use all of its gravity attacks, but we got through it. Worked out okay. Was pretty close. Over this way, there's one more flower we can find. Trina's lilies are fairly useful because they're used for sleep pots, and sleep pots can help you cheese a lot of bosses. Mikola's lilies are not nearly as good. Actually, don't even remember what all they're used in. I have to refresh myself on that. But I'm just grabbing them for completion's sake. Oh, I missed. Oh, hey, Corin. We just saw you.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Roundtable
Well,
Hold.
I guess we didn't see you, strictly speaking.
Of my own since then, actually.
And you didn't see us either.
Happily pass it along
Even though you're delighted to see a familiar face. Are we both cheating? Can we actually see through our blindfolds?
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask. I suppose he'll be closer to the Erdtree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Roundtable Hold, I've come to understand, in my solitude, how little it is I truly know.
We can now buy Great Heal, which is a substantially stronger heal than heal. It just costs 13 more FP. So one thing I might be looking for is to have at least 23 mind, which would get us over 135 FP, so that we can use Great Heal 3 times in a single flask. Very early in the game, using our heal spell was more efficient than using our healing flasks. And then when we got a bunch of early sacred tears down on the Weeping Peninsula, that started being less true. Like maybe it was just barely true that 3 heals would be stronger than 1 Crimson Flask, but that took a long time to execute. With Great Heal, that balance kind of starts to switch back the other way. So we could, if we're willing to, if we have enough mind to use it 3 times, and are willing to spend the time to use Great Heal, which is slower than using a flask, then that will be more efficient for healing than using the flask for it. How much does Great Heal restore? I can check the multipliers. I'll just go ahead and do that. It's all based on the incantation scaling, or the sorcery scaling. I guess it is labeled incantation scaling of your sacred seal, specifically the faith part. So if you have a seal that has both intelligence and faith scaling, or faith and arcane scaling, or something like that, it'll only work off the part that's that uses your faith scaling. But heal multiplies that the faith part of your incant scaling by 2.3, and Great Heal has a multiplier of 3.64. So if you end up, say, having, like with our current seal, regular heal would do about 345 HP worth of healing, and Great Heal would do almost 50% more than that. So maybe actually a little bit more than 50% more than that. So 520-ish. $550-ish. I'm telling you, your brothers in the Golden Order, but you only use the Frenzied Flame Seal these days. Well, you could consider, especially with the DLC, this is one reason why I've pushed my faith to 27. The Dryleaf Seal from the DLC gets really good scaling at lower faith levels, but you need 27 faith to use it. So in terms of like pure faith scaling to get maximum heals and stuff, at low faith, you want the Dryleaf Seal. We got our map showing off the Altus Plateau. What we're going to do is go up this way, clear out this forest area, and then double back and climb up the Grand Stairway, cross over this way around the trail, and then cover not all of the northern part of Altus Plateau, but we'll basically loop around this trail and come back this way down the valley. Yeah, Alex, it's only the faith part of the scaling counts for healing spells and also for weapon buff spells. So, and I think that in particular is pretty stupid, but if you want to use Order's Blade or Electrify Armament or Black Flame Blade or Blood Flame Blade, the only stat that affects the damage you get out of that is your faith stat. I think that's dumb, especially in the context of having the Golden Order seal, which theoretically boosts the power of Golden Order incantations. But not only does it not improve Order's Blade, the intelligence part of the scaling doesn't affect the damage bonus you get with Order's Blade. Order's Blade does require 13 int, and Blood Flame requires 10 arc, yes. But those stats don't actually contribute to their damage.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. To the east, ruins of gold. To the west, the serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse, the curse of Queen Marika.
You're chipper.
Oh dear. I'm terribly sorry. Are you here as a customer?
I am a customer, but you're also my fence. Thank you. So the other lightning cookbook of note gives you access to lightning pots if you want to use those. I want to buy the notes here, one on Unseen Assassins and one on Imp Shades. And since I have the money, I will also go ahead and buy out the non-consumable items. Red Crest Heater Shield, just another Heater Shield. Scorpion Kite Shield, also no special effects. Cross Tree Tower Shield, that's a great shield. And then the Tree Surcoat, which is another surcoat that matches up with the chain set.
I must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
Those notes he sold us say, 1. Nothing can touch the shades of imps in the hero's graveyard. Only Rosas' light can give them form. That's a hint about how to handle the hero's grave dungeon at the very top of Altus Plateau, up there. You kind of see the building, yeah. And then Unseen Assassins tells us, some assassins cannot be seen with the naked eye. Seems the Erdtree sentries, that's the tree sentinels, once carried torches that could cast light on these prowlers. There is in fact a tree sentinel who carries that torch, but he doesn't drop it. We have to acquire it somewhere else. Guy's playing the theme of a boss from Bloodborne on his violin. Really? That's fun. I will go ahead and drop heal for Great Heal. Although we need one more point of mind to really be able to use that 3 times. Even with Godric's Great Rune helping us out on that front. And also going to... what time is it? Yeah, it's morning. Okay. We could take this portal. It would just warp us to the other side of the Great Bridge. But we're going to go there the long way, which really isn't that long. I'm also going to equip the Prince of Death's Pustule. That will give us substantially higher vitality. It raises it by 100, which will give us more resistance to Deathblight. This is one of the first areas where we can encounter a significant amount of Deathblight, and we don't want to get insta-killed by that, so that will help us avoid that. Right behind this cart in the fog is a new enemy, a Wormface. They're really freaky guys who spew Deathblight all over the place. So they're scary. So before we go much further, I'm going to craft a bunch of lightning grease since we can. And I can apply that to my weapon on horseback where I can't put, say, Bloodflame Blade on. I can give myself a nice weapon buff without having to bother with getting off and using my spells. And that should help me kill these guys much more safely. Bunch of slugs drop on you if you're not quick about grabbing that loot. Hello, another Wormface. The cloud of Deathblight right there. It can kill you pretty fast if you're not paying attention. Some butterflies over in this glade, and now we're going to go west under the bridge. Miyazaki say, "You may not believe this, but I strive for a degree of refinement and elegance in all my designs." He's right, you know. An Wormface. See another trio of them over here. They're guarding a scarab, which is annoying because I really want to dash in and get the scarab first, but also not get killed by a bunch of Deathblight. So gotta get in there and get out real fast. that, just spewing it all over the place. Gross. My lightning grease ran out. Whew. What a lovely experience. Just delightful. Here's 2 more of them. Oh, that's really bad. That's really bad. You get those boluses ready just in case. I do not have any rejuvenating boluses, I don't believe. I don't think I've encountered any place to get them just yet. Nope. I don't have the recipe either. Nope. Good news is I don't really have to fight those worm faces. Touch 3 phantom crests. And we get a little map showing us where the crests are. A riddle concerning a rise that vanishes like a mirage. First one's right here. Very convenient. Then supports down this way. And I'm gonna grab the next phantom crest up the hill over here. An imp appears. And I guess to kind of give us a hint that there is something to find up this way. How are you able to loot weapons and stuff from phantom enemies? Mystery for the ages. Check it out. There's this rock that's with this turquoise glow underneath it. You're gonna play Silver Snow on Maddening? Got any fun ideas for that run, Vol? One Arteria leaf. Should be another we can find this way. Here's the Wyndham Ruins again. We're on the other side of the valley. What do you think of Azura X Arthur? Worth it? Cute supports, bad Percy? I don't remember their supports at all. It'll make a fast and strong Percy. That could be pretty fun. First defense of Lanedale. A sovereign alliance rots from within. Traces yet remain of bloody conspiracy. Out-of-house students only may be kind of fun, maybe with a stipulation for the first couple chapters, because, you know, no units. One thing that you could try with Silver Snow is using all the Church of Saros units. Lead dogs, gross. Okay, you're up.
Eleonora. It seems I am no match for you, but I've learned a thing or two myself. You see, I've sliced the finger off. Please. Please, Eleonora. Yield to the cessplant no longer. Do not stain the immaculacy of your sword. Your flesh. Your fire.
So not only is Eleonora the strongest of the bloody fingers, according to Yura, she is also a Drake warrior, and she uses Dragon Communion spells. So that's how Yura knew about Dragon Communion. Eleonora was his long-lost love, who was driven mad by her love of dragon hearts and the blood of Tarnished. And he was tracking her down, and now she killed him, and we killed her. What we just got are a couple of important items. Eleanor's pole blade is an arcane-based twin blade. We won't be using that. The purifying crystal tier is used in the boss fight with Moog, Lord of Blood, to reduce the damage you take from his phase transition. Interesting that Eleonora has it, so it implies that she must be, I guess, fairly close to Moog in the hierarchy of the Bloody Fingers, despite not wearing their uniform. And then the item I care about most right here is the Nagakiba, katana with a ferociously long blade, signature weapon of Yura, Hunter of Bloody Fingers. I have never, in all my runs playing this game, had the stats required to use the Nagakiba, so I would really like to use this quite a bit. It's a super long katana, way longer than the Uchi katana, and I think there's some cool things we can do with it. So I'm kind of planning to make that my secondary smithing weapon. Or really, I guess we have three main ones. We'll have our Cross Naginata as our principal pierce weapon, and then the Knight Rider flail for strike, and then the Nagakiba for slash damage, and then I suppose also the Flamberge for standard and pierce damage. I think that's going to be my main set of 4 different regular weapons, not somber weapons. Wheel. Wish we knew more about Moog's hierarchy. Curious where Vare falls. Expecting me to be delusional about his importance to the regime. It is interesting that Vare never finds out that, or at least never communicates that the the Mogwin dynasty is about to commence. He doesn't know that the divinity is already there, so he already knows Miquella's at Mogwin dynasty mausoleum. But as far as we can tell, he never finds out that anything is supposed to commence anytime soon. So when he gave us that Pureblood Knight's medal, he himself never knew when to use it, I think. Great Knight is in 3H. Is it good? No. The requirements for the class are really stupid. And it's basically just worse than, like, Paladin. I played the Fire Emblem Tellius games. Not in any meaningful way. I played a couple of hours of Path of Radiance and wasn't really vibing with it and haven't touched them since. We use the Spirit Spring to jump back down so we can get here. Kill this worm face at this grave site. And then you can see the third sigil for the Mirage Tower. Over there. These spectral imps just keep spawning forever. You can't ever clear them out. So they just die when you touch the sigil. That's all you need to do. You'll make an absurd Great Knight build and usher in a new meta. I'm pretty sure I got Ferdinand all the way to Great Knight in my 3 houses run. Even though he was basically strictly on adjutant duty. I think I deployed him in like 1 or 2 late maps, and he did okay. But it still probably would have been better for him to be just a paladin. You ever plan to stream Metroid Prime? I respect your double bomb jump skills. Oh, Metroid Prime 4 you mean? Because I did stream Metroid Prime. I probably will, I think. That sounds like a lot of fun. And it won't be a huge time commitment, I assume. I'm not expecting... I mean, Metroid Prime, and you know what you're doing is... Even if you're not doing speedrun strats, it's... What, like a 5 or 6 hour game on hard mode? I expect Prime 4 to be longer than that, but not hugely longer. So I could probably do it in like 2 streams. And I won't know what I'm doing, so maybe 3 or 4, but... yeah, that could be pretty fun. Does Great Knight look cooler than Paladin? I honestly don't remember. I think the outfit looks okay. $18 mine, that means 23 with Godric's Great Rune active. Over here is another worm-faced trio. I'm going to press my luck again. Maybe you can get Swift Riposte on a Great Knight. Yeah. I mean, that's the dream, but it is a lot to learn. I run up and just spinning chain this guy. Does that kill him? Oh yeah. Lovely. Get me out of here. No, 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 no. Ah, he lost me. Look for post Great Knight Ferdinand, here we come. I respect the drive. Be nice if the Worm Faces dropped something other than poop. Do I hang out anywhere, like on Discord? I pop in from time to time. I'm not as active on Mecha's Discord as it used to be, just because I'm not focusing that much on Fire Emblem stuff, other than doing updates on my Conquest Let's Play right now. But yeah, I'm in there. Butterflies. Resupply on our gold fireflies here for more gold pickled foul feet. And then using the spirit spring I can get up to broken into the bridge. Loot this corpse and meet this character, who has absolutely nothing to say. Huh. Protection of the Erdtree is... I believe that gives you resistance to... yeah, all elemental affinities. Requires 35 faith, though. It's like the spell version of the Pearl Drake Talisman. We'll deal with that caravan later. I'm just going to swing, follow the cliffside here and swing around to get on top of that other broken segment of the bridge. Right here, we can get a radiant gold mask. We can look like that weirdo too. Whoever he is. It's kind of strange that mask is accessible now and not when you get the rest of the gold mask set. But yeah, you can get it right away. Phantom Tree, that means another golden seed. really loving the flail combat while mounted. It's shockingly fun. Oh, I guess there's one other weapon we'd want to use as one of our more highly upgraded regular smithing weapons. We did get a Guardian Sword Spear at one point a while back, and that scales really well with dexterity. So I want to use that as well. There's one more Erdtree Guardian over here. I'm going to kill him first before we go and fight boss here. Said boss is a giant worm face. Fun. Use the Noble Slender Sword. I did the grind for that on my what's it called? My Faith Arcane Dragon Commune character. Can't really recommend it. I mean, it's a good sword, but was it worth the grind? Eh. Speckled Heart here, I believe, is the one that gives you more status resistance. Somewhat appropriate for this area, actually. And we also get the Crimson Spill here. I think that raises your max HP. I think overall that's not as good as the health regen tier. I don't think any of the health-related tiers are really all that good, though. Health regen tier doesn't stack with health regen spells, though. I think it does. I'm pretty sure all of the flask effects are basically unique buffs. He does not know what to do targeting wise. Just want to hit the worm face. Not all the stupid slugs. These slugs are annoying. Their spit will make you fat roll for a little while. The Icon Shield is a great shield that gives you health regen while you have it equipped. You can stack that with the Blessed Dew Talisman and a regen spell, and I think a regen tier, and get a whole lot of healing pretty quickly. By itself, each of those is not that impactful, but when you have 4 different regen sources, that can be a lot. Summon another noble to guide us to the next dungeon. Happens to be up to the south. I'm not going to follow him though. Crimson Burst doesn't? Oh, that really sucks. This is like the final trial. There are 5 different worm faces in this building. I guess I'll try to fight this one alone. Looks like they lost interest in me. Great. Fireball does pretty huge damage. I mean, I don't have great incantation scaling at the moment, but it's all right. Over time to finish that guy off. Nice. I don't really expect to have really respectable incant power until I get the Frenzied Flame Seal. But this is still mid-game. But we can keep up. And I do have 27 faith. It's not bad. Wrath of Gold does an AoE blast of holy damage. I believe it's chargeable, although it takes significantly longer to go off when you charge it, as I understand it. How much faith do you aim to have? 27. We're pretty much done with faith. I might go to 30 for Black Flame's protection. Not sure about that. Change this out. Go to 30, so it's a multiple of 5. Well, but if I leave it at 27, it'll match my intelligence. It's okay. Used to use Black Flame Protection, stack that with a bunch of other defense boosts, and slam my head into the final boss to Shadow the Erdtree. That's a way to do it. Can't win against OCD, huh? Yeah, I guess that's a lesson for you, right? Got the bird helm. This next room over here is a fun one. There is... First off, there should be a snail on the right. You can hear something charging up. It's another malformed star over there. That's actually right above the pathway through another separate dungeon. We could theoretically kill it from here if we had like pulled out a bow or a long-range spell like why am I blanking on this? The what's the frenzied bolt? Something like that. But we're gonna save that fight for when we do the other dungeon on the far side. Here's our upgraded arsenal charm if we ever need that. And we can see the dungeon boss through the doors here. It's a pair of crystallians. Should be pretty easy with our flail. Assuming we don't miss our jump attacks anyway. That's the Somberstone Miner's Bell Bearing 2, so we can now buy Somber Smithing Stones 3 and 4, as well as the 1 and 2s that we got from the Celia Crystal Tunnel. Kind of funny to see the boss and Zorn both just jumping at each other like posturing birds. Lil combat is a little bit goofy looking, what can I say? Actually, before I level up, I want to go to the round table and upgrade my Nagakiba. Or, well, hold on. Do I have the smithing stones really necessary to do that? I'll wait till I can get some more 3s and 4s. You're going to stop leveling at 150? I think so. I can achieve most of what I want to achieve with this kind of build at 150 for sure. Beyond that, it would really just be a matter of raising my physical damage stats up more, which I don't think is super necessary. There's some kinds of builds that I would like to do at some point, in probably the distant future, where it really feels like you do need to go to about level 200 for them to really work. One of them is using Scholar's Armament seriously as a buff or your physical damage. Like, so you have like a strength build or a dex build, but you also want to put Scholar's Armament on with a high-powered staff to get like 240 extra damage. And that just, I think part of the problem with specifically Scholar's Armament is in order for the, like it interacts awkwardly with Golden Vow as a skill because you have to switch to the Golden Vow weapon and use the skill. And then switch weapons in your right hand and then apply Scholar's Armament with your left hand staff. So even though Scholar's Armament lasts for like 75 or 90 seconds, Golden Vow as a skill only works for like 40 to 45 seconds. So you don't get the full duration if you're switching weapons to do it. And that means you really don't get the maximum benefit from the spell and the weapon buff unless you also have enough faith to use the spell version of Golden Vow, or if you use the consumable Golden Vow that appeared in the DLC. So anyway, it seems to me like to do a really effective Scholar's Armament build, you need a substantial amount of HP and strength or dex and intelligence and 25 faith, and that's just a lot.
May the Golden Order shine through you.
Only once you realize 55 strength or dex is sufficient enough can you truly achieve inner peace. That's about where we're going to go dex-wise on this build, I think. Anyway, we've informed Corrin just now about seeing Gold Mask, so he's going to go seek out Gold Mask for himself now. We'll catch up with him later. Poor soldiers, just so oblivious. We did buy the map from Pydia that showed us... Is it on this page? I think so. Where's the map? The item? Didn't we buy it? Info. A secret mirage riddle. Oh, here, yeah, the weathered map. Weathered map depicting streaks of amber light. So, this is actually depicting the area just north of the Grand Stairway that we're adjacent to right now, and it tells us that we can find amber light somewhere in here. Actually, it's in this cavern opening, right up here. When does he get his Dragonstone? Unfortunately, Azura never sings her song to him, so he just goes mad at the end of the game. This place is, as far as I know, the one spot in the game where you can actually farm sacramental buds, which are used to craft boluses that cure Scarlet Rot. Because the land octopuses around here have a small chance, like 3%, to drop more of them. I don't think we got any random drops, though. But the other attraction here is at this statue of Melania and Mikola, actually. We'll see a much tidier version of it later in the game. There's Amber Starlight. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow. What remains of a passing flash of starlight. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fates of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draft. Cannot be summoned, or cannot be consumed by mere humans. Interesting. One of our favorite enemies coming up. A lovely rune bear. You should help Celibus. I plan to, in my own way. I don't think that charge attack should have been allowed to hit me from there. I was at his back hit. Spinning chain's not proven to be that effective. Ah, tricked you. That particular giant Miranda doesn't respawn, interestingly enough. Out here murdering bears on World Bear Day. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Got a touch more mind. And then next 5 levels we'll go for 40 bigger. One thing I'd like to potentially loot from these perfumers is their gloves, which are kind of useful fashion-wise. Gauntlets have really bad poise to weight ratio, so normally if you're just trying to optimize your poise you're getting, you want really light gauntlets. And the perfumer ones are pretty light and look good, I think. Get there in time for the crit. Oh well. Bunch of living jar shards. I don't even remember what those are used for. What do they do? Huh. Anyway, we can already see across. That's the platform we were on in the other dungeon. Right over here is our malformed star. I'm gonna just try to use my spells on him because I don't want to try. Scares me walking out on that branch, potentially getting knocked off to my death. In fact, what I have... I thought I had Ice Spear loaded on something. I guess I don't. Oops. Are they just for the Iron Jar aromatic? Is that the deal? Let's see, do I have a better ranged option then? Bubble Slash, Sacred Blade, Healing Thrust. Screw it, I guess I can use a bow. What does this do? 81 damage. Okay. Never mind. Regular weapons it is. We'll just try to be careful. That was not it. Okay, I'm gonna go put Ice Spear on something. There we go. I thought I had it on my halberd. Maybe I took it off for some reason. The range is pretty short. But it can basically stun lock. Alright. Much better. Okay, so boss fight time again. Use my flask, use bestial vitality. Golden Vow, Blood Flame Blade. Craft. Jeez. Flame grant me strength, switch to freezing pots. Two-hand my weapon. Run in. I'm going to try to throw a freezing pot immediately. Sweet. Instant frostbite. Oh, I missed the overkiller. Sadly. And I'm really sucking against this one. Okay. Well, that was clumsy. Yeah, I wanted to frostbite the Omen Killer, not the Miranda, because that's just going to die to fire. Also, I was using a fire enchantment, so I don't really know what I was trying to achieve with frostbite. Well, we did it. We got an Omen Killer Cleaver. I think did we already get one of those, or is that our first one? Where are the axes? Ah, that's our first one. You get 3 of those in the game for some reason. Alright, time to climb the stairway, but we're going to do it the sneaky way. Since we've come up this left side, you can just go up here and jump on top. And if you come from this side, well, if you come from the front, just up the stairs, the two tree sentinels here will start walking down the stairs towards you, and they'll fight you together. But if you come in from this end and attack from the side, you can isolate them. Fight them one-on-one. And this is the tree sentinel that has the torch, by the way, the sentinel storage, or sentry storage. But no, it does not drop it. It'd be nice if it did. I think that'd be a overall more thematically appropriate way to get that weapon. The other one has the shield. And the shield attacks are still pretty scary, but not as devastating as they were when I was level 11 or whatever. Nice and tidy 31,000 runes. I want to keep that gold pickled Falfoot active, so I'm going to quickly run in here, grab the golden seeds on the map, tag this Grace. Sit, but then I'm going to ride south to this encampment. Where we see Tree Spirit materialize out of nowhere and kill everyone inside. This one, I think, uniquely already has its like Holy Aura activated. It doesn't have to go through a phase transition to use those attacks. So yeah, you just walk up and aggro it, and immediately does the explosion. I'm amazed I haven't gotten a stance break yet. There we go. You have zero memory of this, but this is where you get the Giant Crusher. Requires 60 strength. We're never using that. We're on our way now to this church up here. The Erdtree Guardians around here can drop golden centipedes, as you've just seen. Missionary's Cookbook, I believe that's holy grease and arrows and bolts. Also, there's a big prize here for your intelligence and faith builds. The Golden Order Seal. It's the one that scales with Int and Faith. And it scales really nicely. At like 40 each, you get 320 incant power or something like that. Which is like about as good as the Erdtree seal at 75 or 80 faith. Hi, Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith,
I guess this indicates that
our grace is increased.
This quote is from the start of Marika's doubts about the Golden Order. You know, the early days of blind belief are long past, and now she feels compelled to search the depths of the Order and understand it better, hopefully improve her faith.
For but a moment, share them with me.
Give me some of that vigor.
Thoughts,
see, that just 2 points is almost 100 HP.
Principles you would follow.
We're still getting accelerating returns from our vigor investment until we get to 40. Oh, a second Guardian Sword Spear. Hooray! And we can, I don't know, power stance them? Poisoning me. Which month does Three Houses start on again? I want to say it's February. I think it's like the last week of February. I mean, I don't know for sure. It's been years since I've played. But that just seems right. Bopping land squirts for the hell of it. Everyone's favorite pastime. Maybe I should have held on to more of my runes, come to think of it, because what we're about to get here in this dungeon is the Smithing Stone Bell-Bearing 2, which will let us buy Smithing Stones up to rank 4, and then we'll be able to get a lot more of our weapons up to scratch, not just a couple of them. There's the Vulgar Militiaman. Thank you for your hat. We are in the capital outskirts. That is an area that's scaled higher than Altus. I think in the last Altus tunnel we were just able to run up and one-shot these stone diggers with R2s, but not so down here. Not even charged. There's our bell bearing, and here's another illusory wall. And another. And one more. This is an interesting room. I'm going to jump over this way first and fight this one Vulgar Militiaman. Or I guess knock him down. And then... second one down the tunnel. That was the one who was camped out on this branch. Run across there, kill... It's two more of them, yep. Okay, and then down below we'll get a chance to use our lightning grease to full effect, because there is an abductor virgin. Oops, I guess I'm going now. There's an abductor version over here, and I need to pull it down this way to the statue to break it. And then once it's done that, want to... Crap, I got trapped. I got my lightning resupplied. I should be able to heal up out of here. Well, wait. At least the statue's broken. Smooth. And I missed the dodge timing. It's annoying. Oh, it's later than I think it is. Okay, back in there. Hitting the wall. Let's try this again. Finally, we can do the strat. Spinning chain will stun it really quickly. Okay. Well, that didn't look nearly as cool as I was hoping for it to be. But we got a trio of Smithing Stone 6s from the statue. It's very nice. And I think we got all the loot. Oh, there's one more vein over here to loot. Low prompt, thank you. You should have been called Delayed Ring with all the delayed attacks. Yeah, it's tough. Up top, back across the branch. And we're moving on. Way is blocked here, so you're supposed to drop down on this side. That lands you on top of some explosive stones. Kind of funny that the stones exploding does not reveal the illusory wall, but any other kind of attack that you do will. Even just jumping into it. Could be fun on our lightning greases. Yeah, there's one more lower route we can land on. And then once again, if you jump down here towards the corpse, it's actually a bit of a trap because there's 4 explosive stone clumps. I guess that's the name of an item, not an enemy, but whatever they are. Explosive stone balls over there. So I prefer to roll off that way and then run up and trigger them and then run away. For a nice golden rune 9. And with that, time for the boss. Naming your character Byleth Jr. Shouldn't it be Gerald Jr.? No boys have an MFer. All right, that's that was the Onyx Lord. Not too hard. The Onyx Lord's Greatsword, I think we discussed on stream before. You get an Onyx Lord's Greatsword and I think actually 2 Alabaster Lord's Greatswords. The Onyx Lord one has a gravity repulsion attack. The Alabaster one is a gravity pull, and not only is the pull more useful in terms of damage, stamina consumption and stuff, the regular greatsword, the Alabaster Lord's Greatsword, is better too. So through this tunnel we can reach the Grace at the foot of the Divine Tower of East Altus. We can't go in there yet because we haven't found the Great Rune that corresponds to it. So we'll have to come back later. Got a couple of bell bearings to deliver to the Twin Maiden husks now. Most important of those is that smithing miner's bell bearing. I'm going to make sure I probably want more of these, but I want to make sure I have enough to upgrade the Nagakiba at least. I got 12 of everything up to rank 4.
Well, I took you for no matter it's lay out your arm.
Nagakiba comes with Piercing Fang as its skill. That's like an altered, sort of slower version of Impaling Thrust with, I believe, better tracking. But I plan to use a different skill instead. We do have the stones required to raise this to plus 15 at least. I'm going to check on whatever else we may want to be upgrading though. Right, we have Cross Naginata, which we can in fact raise all the way to plus 19. I believe, because we have a couple of Smithing Stone 7 as well. I think I'll do that. That's pretty certain. Then we've got our Nagakiba and our Knight Rider Flail both at 12. It would be nice to upgrade the halberd and the flamberge. That's at plus 7, so I need 10 for that. 10 and 12, and this needs 12 fours. What else? Have I upgraded my Guardian Sword Spears? I got a plus 8. So I need For the Banished Knight's Halberd, I need 12 4s. For the Flamberge, I need 10 8s and 12 4s. For the Guardian Swordspear, I also need 10 8s and 12 4s. Okay, I'm not going to be able to buy all of those right now. For Nagakiba, I'm going to put on Double Slash. Could also use some upgrades on my mace, just to make sure my designated skeleton bonking weapon keeps up in power. All of these. All of those.
Back already, no matter.
Sell my runes to you. Hero's Rune. There were once heroes who walked the battlefields abundantly blessed by the Erdtree itself, who upon earning their honor simply died. What a reward. Oh, I also need to upgrade my Godslayer's seal. That's not super urgent, but something to consider as well. I've got a lot of things to upgrade with my smithing stones. I'm going to go ahead and invest in the mace first, though, because I do have an undead boss coming up. We'll go with that. Take the Cross Naginata to 19. Next, I also want to upgrade my strike weapon. Do I want to upgrade the Nagakiba or the flail first, though? I think I'll keep the flail at 12 and go with the Nagakiba. Well, I'll take the flail to 13. Alright, so we're looking for, what is it again? Would upgrade the halberd. I'm going to go with the Flambears, though. So 10 8s and 12 4s. Isn't shopping fun, chat? And the view. Not afford 12 of you. Okay. We'll come back later. Next stop is back outside the sealed tunnel. Pond has an invisible scarab running around, and our flail just nailed it. Nice. Peripheral Strike is pretty cool. It's a skill that heals you for like 30% of your max HP when you hit with it. So it can be really strong for tanking. I don't plan to use it. Kind of off theme for me, but it's pretty strong. Especially in combination with certain other things that can give you health regeneration on hit. Hello, puppies. Okay, so running towards the stairway, we're going to encounter our first Valiant Gargoyle enemy. Take my buffs. Flame Blade, Flame grant me strength. Just materializes out of thin air and then soars in. Right here. It's, as you might expect from a statue type enemy, it is weakest to strike. Also standard is okay. Slash and pierce are fairly strongly resisted. And it has good resistances to fire and lightning as well. Less so to magic and holy. The troublesome thing about these is they have such spindly little legs that it's kind of hard to hit them. Not too bad with our jump attacks with our flail, but there's certain other weapons and skills that have a real problem with this. Anything with like thrusting attacks tends to struggle. Also, it switches weapons at half HP, so it was using the Twin Blade, and it switches to the axe. Stance break, another crit, we're good to go. Gargoyle's Great Axe is another strength weapon. This is infusable, I believe. So it's just a big axe that you can use, customize. Over here we can add to our butterfly collection. Hello, butterflies. So that technically wasn't a boss. There was no boss health bar. That's just an elite enemy encounter. But we will fight two of those simultaneously as bosses, and that is one of the more infamous boss fights in the game.
The fingers I served once prophesied a tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of
I certainly see the tree.
Oh, tarnished. Hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you.
Say what you will about Lanedale and the Golden Order, but damn, their statuary is sick. There's a teleporting scarab up here. I probably should have equipped Frenzied Burst at some point to snipe it, because it's really sensitive. And I don't think this one teleports anywhere else, as far as I can tell. I think it just disappears if you let it teleport. So I don't really have great long-range attacks. What I'm going to try to do is sneak around from above and drop down on it to get to it. Classic torch hitboxes against Torrent. Hey, troll friend. Golden Parry. Used to be one of the best parry skills in the game, and then they nerfed its parry frame data when Shadow of the Erdtree came out. So it used to be basically tied with carrying retaliation, but now it's not. The advantage it has is that it has like more range, so you can parry stuff from a little bit farther away. You don't have to be as close to the enemies. You might even be out of range of their direct attacks and still be able to parry them, but it's as hard to hit with that parry as with like just regular medium shield parries, so it kind of sucks. Atlas says, the more I come to understand the lore, the more I side with the Golden Order. It's where literally everyone did nothing but make things worse. Praise the Order. I would say the Golden Order and its adherents had a pretty heavy hand in making things a lot worse for an awful lot of people. I don't think we've encountered one of these before, but that Watering Noble is carrying a chest around, so he drops an extra large golden rune for us. Thank you. Okay, let's try the Spinning Chain Gambit. Will we get stomped? Who knows? One bleed, two bleed. There we go. Hi, Melina.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
Understood. Now, down across this battlefield, there's a group of nobles digging right here, but then way over right beside my character's head right now, there's a single commoner just standing by himself, doing nothing. A suspicious looking fellow. Hi, Mark. Thanks for the runes. Still have no idea what they were thinking putting in that market fight at the entrance. I think it's great. But it more or less tells you exactly what happened at Stormvale, which was same thing that happened here. Morgott took over like the body of a commoner and used it to project himself. And you find out from from some of the lore you can read that Morgott hasn't been seen outside the capital. He's been sealed away all this time and hiding his identity. It's Margit the Fell Omen. So that's the means by which the Fell Omen went around and fought on this battlefield and defended Leyndell without Morgott ever really revealing himself to be an omen. Okay. Before I proceed, I want to go upgrade my flambearers now. That's going to be important, I think. Also equip my sacred mace. What does the flambearers need? It's +7, so I need 10 and... got 10 and... You never thought to pilfer the other house leaders' weapons at the start of 3H? You mean your gamer instincts didn't immediately kick in?
Well, I took you for dead. No matter, it's all out. You're up.
How embarrassing. 13 as well. You could ruin the surprise of him at the base of the Erdtree. I mean, Gideon tells you that Morgott, the grace given, is the guy at Leyndell. Holy Shrouding again. Also need Spare Dagger. That's a short sword, isn't it? Spare Dagger with Shared Order. Oh yeah, and pastime until nightfall. We've just ridden across the battlefield that dominates most of the grounds outside of Leyndell Royal Capital. Next we're going to visit the cemetery, or I guess all the soldiers who fell in that battle. You know, this battlefield has been here for thousands of years and somehow they haven't ever bothered to clean it up. Morgott kind of sucks as an administrator. The second defense of Leyndell. The Fell Omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erdtree remains unshaken. It says yet, but Fell Omen was defending the Erdtree. Poor guy doesn't get any credit. Hello, Skellyman. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay. So, just a little ways up here, we're going to fight another Deathbird. For that, we want glass. I take these two vitality. Shared order. And we can go ahead and use flame gravity strength too. Equip our sacred blade weapon. There's a bunch of snails here. Deathbite snails, annoyingly. We can also interfere. I'll try to snipe one of them preemptively. Look at that damage. The shared order and sacred blade going. Just absurd. Now, I want to dash through here and pick up some stuff pretty quickly. So, get the winged crystal tier. We get the twin bird kite shield from the Deathbird. Southwest this way. Yep, there's a Deathbird there. The twin bird kite shield is, I think it gives you, is it more damage when you're low on HP, similar to the red feathered branch sword? I think that's what it does. So you see people use that for like boss kill setups sometimes. Works. Ignore the enemies. I just want to race my way down to this shack. Quick this. Go talk to the merchant. Say goodbye. Sit at the Grace. Use my flask again. Merchant's gone. I want Golden Vow. Where are you? With Flame Blade. Flame Gravity Strength. 2 flask. 2-hand my weapon. Go in here. Can't believe the wall blocked him. Oh my god. I would have killed The wall blocked my R2. Oh well. I have to rest twice. Gross. Let's burst now. Last time. Sit again at nighttime. Merchant's gone. Okay. Really? Hitbox. Christ. Oh, that's embarrassing. Well, I'm going to get a rebate on my rune arcs real quick. And by that I mean I'm going to pay money to get more of them. Last time until nightfall. Sit again. Hit the wall again. Oh, wow. This is dumb. It's supposed to be so easy. Like, he only has 80 stance. He only has 80 stance. Like, the Impaling Thrust should absolutely dominate him. Alright, I will stop using rune arcs. And as soon as I stop doing that, I'm sure I'll just clear it. That's how this goes, right? R2. Charge R2. Charge R2. Regen. Try to delay my charge R2 a second so I actually get credit for the hit this time. Don't get grabbed. Failing thrust. R2. Stance break. Yep. Yeah, that's how this was supposed to go. I didn't get the crit because the game's dumb. There we go. Okay. Well, that was silly.
Voss.
Alright, now we'll buy some stuff. 3 rune arcs, perfume bottle, Sentry's torch, which I've been talking about. We could double up on our prophet set, but there's really no need. I guess I can take an extra prophet robe so we have the unaltered version. Go ahead and buy the great shield, the upper class robe, consort's trousers, and note below the capital, which tells us that below the royal capital of Lanedal is a vast network of sewers. The well in the city below reaches deep into its tunnels. Cool. So that's the route down to subterranean shunning grounds. We'll come back there. Normally I would be expecting my gold pickled foulfoot from the Deathbird to be running out right after that boss fight with the Bell-bearing Hunter, but since we still have it active, having just consumed another one, I'm going to just, instead of warping away, I'm going to ride down back to the battlefield graze. It won't really make that much of a difference because I'm just fighting a couple of minor enemies over the next couple of minutes, but whatever. Coming through and down the road from this side, we are behind the main siege works that are set up to defend this part of the capital outskirts. So similar to what we did at Velum Highway, if we ride around and kill all the foot soldiers who are seated behind these catapults, then they won't launch those at us when we go further down the road. Output expired. That was worth, I don't know, a couple hundred extra runes. This scarab has another Ash of War. It's Lightning Slash, which is our very first lightning skill. We can finally put lightning infusion on a weapon if we want to. I don't like the actual attack with Lightning Slash very much, but it has a similar effect to Sacred Blade where it will also put a fixed amount of lightning damage on your weapon for, I don't know, a minute or so? Something like that? That can prove useful. It makes your lightning damage even higher. It's pretty rare for enemies to resist lightning damage. In fact, a lot of them are weaker to lightning than they are to other elemental attacks. So it's usually the best damage type if you can get it, but the sources of lightning damage are fairly limited. Especially before you get into the capital. Lightning Slash used to be slower, so they made it faster. That's nice. Didn't let me smash that guy in the head as soon as he came up. Ooh. Is there a way for you to kick enemies when you're on ladders and they're below you? Or is that just an enemy exclusive thing? Heavy attack on ladders. Ah. That was the last catapult to disable. So time to head down the road. There are some points of interest off to the side here, like this village on the right, but we'll ignore that for now. We'll come back to that area later. I'll just keep riding along the highway. Light attack on ladders makes you punch whatever's above you. Also kind of funny. Ooh. We'll check out this spot. There's a bunch of celebrants here who just dance around. They will ignore you if you don't attack them, so you don't have to fight them at all. But the burning zombies certainly will attack you. We just picked up the Twin Knight Swords, which are a twin blade that scales better with strength than with dex, although it still has a pretty substantial dex requirement. And the Traveling Maiden's Garb, including the Navy Hood. So that's Rodrika's outfit, but with the blue hood instead of the red one. The Crimson Hood gives you +1 Vigor. The Navy Hood gives you +1 Mind, which can sometimes be nice. A little extra FP if you wear it. Ladder PvP is some of the most funny and grotesque PvP experiences you can get. I've always thought that was more like, you know, Starcaller Cry PvP than proper ladder PvP, right? You use the gravity spells and things to knock people off. Check out that guy up there. Their battle mage. Entered Ratville. Great. And our prize is the giant rat ashes, which are the one spirit ash that doesn't cost anything. No FP, no HP. You can just summon them for free. And because they have no HP or FP cost, you can also upgrade them for absolutely free, other than the materials for the Grave Glove Wards. So that's your cheapest way to get a high-level Spirit Ash. And as you raise it to higher levels, you actually get more rats in the bunch. It starts with 3 and it goes up to 5. But they are just basic rats with no special attacks or anything, so they're still not very good. Except insofar as you can't beat the price of free. See these moves? Duking those Great Flintstone Shards. This guy always drops the Battle Mage set. And again, like, for optimization purposes, the best thing he drops are his manchettes, because they only have 1.1 weight and 2 poise, which is just about the best poise to weight ratio you're going to see on armware. Do you often use Spirit Ashes? I've gotten away from it. I used them quite a bit on my first run, and I think they're a really fun way to play. But also, using Spirit Ashes a lot makes it harder to learn how the bosses work and figure out how to dodge them or what openings they have. So in some ways, I found that it made my experience harder because I wasn't really learning how to deal with the tougher bosses. Learning how to deal with bosses in a way that made the really hard bosses comprehensible.
We meet yet again. Thanks to you, I have become acquainted with the noble Goldmask himself, and taken my place by his side, as you can see. Have no fear. I will still teach you incantations as before, though we must do so quietly, such that we not disturb the Great Master's cogitation. The Master is always deep in contemplation, while I frantically attempt to record his wisdom, the movement of his finger. And though I am yet to comprehend even the daintiest morsel of his wisdom, I know that this is my life's calling. The Golden Order has bestowed me, talentless as I am, the great duty of documentarian.
Okay, Corin, so you're scribe Corin now. You're writing down the movements of Goldmask's finger. And I guess we've found out that this is Goldmask. Somehow we intuited that from talking to him and then telling Corin so. Now that they've met up, Corin sells one new spell, Discus of Light, which is really good, actually, because you send this disc out and then it like a pretty reasonable distance, and then it returns back to you. It can hit in both directions, both on the cast outward and on the return flight, and it only costs 3 FP, so you can spam this amazingly often. It does require 13 int, which is not really suitable for what we're doing, but it's one reason why an otherwise pure faith spellcaster might want to get 13 intelligence just for that. We could stop by the Grace here at the Road of Iniquity side path, but in fact, let's do it just because Caravan's long gone. Bad thing about that is I'm losing the Falling Leaves effect again. Yeah, we want to go kill this. Kill all the enemies guarding this caravan so we can loot whatever's in the chest in the back. discs are a cool visual too. Yes, also true. They just look awesome. And really, that counts more than how good the spells are. How awesome do you feel using them? Getting an awful lot of gilded foot soldier caps and leather draped tabars, that's for sure. What's the most delayed guard counter I've ever seen? Spin to win? Not close enough. He gets up, stomps me, and then just sits right back down. Okay. Our prize is Great Stars, a great hammer, a really great hammer. Every time you hit with it, it restores 1% of your health. And it has built-in bleed. That's a great hammer, so it has great stance damage. I loved using that weapon on my strength build. Part of me is even considering going up to 22 strength so I can use that with Keen Infusion on a dex build. Kalina. Yeah, we came to Altus Plateau because we're going to work our way toward Mount Gelmir and find Sorcerer Azur, and then we'll be able to progress Selen's quest, at which point we can finish the Academy of Raya Lucaria. It'll be more or less in the intended progression order again. There was another noble we killed who was carrying a chest with a big golden rune again. And down on... we can see another Mad Pumpkinhead down that way. Can't quite jump down to him safely from here. So I will head south a little bit farther. Fight a few more soldiers. Try not to get knocked off my horse. And then go sneak up on the Mad Pumpkinhead. Well, nope, just a Sanctuary Stone. I've always liked how the factional soldiers can do stuff that you can do. I agree. However, one thing I would like to see is them being not immune to Deathblight. Only fair, right? Oh, booty dogs. What am I gonna do with you? This is a big one. Okay. Here in these ruins, we have a red summon sign. You can use a festering bloody finger to invade Magnus the Beast Claw. And this is our assignment from Vare. Well, part of it. It's one way we can fulfill it, other than going online and invading actual players. So we need to win this fight, or at least try 3 times. Can you parry Lion's Claw? I don't know if you can. It's probably not the best weapon for me to be using in this fight, honestly. Let me switch. Oh, also my rune arc is gone. Gotta remember that. Sometimes you get in trouble if you've gotten into heavy load by accident. Thank you, Repeating Thrust, for carrying me. But funnily enough, killing Magnus gets you a second Great Stars. So not only do you get a great hammer with bleed and free healing and everything, you can power stance them. I really wanted you to use that thing, I guess. Really have to be at the right angle with these flail guard counters on these short enemies. How much strength do you need to power stance them? 22. You know what? Flame of Frenzy might serve me best. You don't have to kill the skeletal slimes. They're just here to annoy you. But if you want to, fire is by far the best choice. And they're very resistant to strike. This is a Sanguine Noble. We found one of these once before, back in the, what's it even called? The church that Varia was at. It just spawned in the blood water there. We didn't get to see what it does. Sorry. But it uses the Bloody Hellas, which is a heavy thrusting sword with some arcane scaling, so it's like a dex and arcane weapon. Heard really good things about that. I'd like to try it at some point, but my bandit Faith Arcane build didn't have enough strength or dex to wield it. That giant bloody mass is extremely tanky. I think Black Flame could probably help because of its damage over time effect. Chew through it a little bit faster. Just drops a bunch of hefty beast bones. Almost killed it in just one use of my weapon skill. Not bad. Gotta make Lily buy that Mad Pumpkin Head. And the plus 19 weapon is definitely slightly overpowered for this area. Sorry, enemies. We've done a good job collecting extra smithing stones. This is one of my favorite little scenes here, in the whole game. These two, well, especially this 1 foot soldier on the rocks here, he's just going around practicing his moves, and his buddy here is watching him. Isn't that nice? I'm gonna murder him. Didn't practice hard enough? Yeah, well, taught them a lesson they will never forget. All of these nobles are looking across the bridge. The old Bridge of Iniquity. So now we've cleared the eastern part of the Road of Iniquity. Made it to Mount Gelmir. I'm going to grab this grace here, but we're not going to come up this way. Going to reach Mount Gelmir. Well, the upper end of Mount Gelmir via a different method. Some bigger. Back east. Goodbye, friends. There's another treasure chest guy for us to hunt down. Now we're by the, what's that, Second Church of America? One where we found Yura. Right over there. But we're going to drop down to this, using the Spirit Spring to get down to the valley floor. And ride down alongside this valley for a moment. Some butterflies. Some crabs to fight. Lovely. Bloodblade is like the generic equivalent of the Reduvia special skill. My understanding is that you can actually make it stronger than Reduvia Bloodblade with appropriate weaponry, so it kind of supersedes that. And it does have a melee hitbox, I believe, so if you have a larger weapon with Bloodblade on it, you can actually hit things with it, with both the weapon hitbox and the actual projectile for extra damage. That tends to be easier when it's not a dagger. Hello, sleeping omen buddy. Perfect. Oh, bless you, spinning chain. We've come up this way, partly to loot those two camps, but also to get behind the encampment here with all the Lanedale soldiers that's overlooking the valley, so we can take out those fortifications from behind. One notable enemy here is this mounted Lanedale Knight. He's dead now. And there's an unmounted one as well. He is also dead. Ooh, I got the Night Breeze. That's cool. Ooh, and the Erdtree Surcoat. Collecting all the drip. The belly flop was really funny, Iris, yeah. I didn't remark on it, but I got the bleed proc while that Omen was jumping, doing a jump attack. And I believe what happened is I canceled him out of the attack, but enemies landing on you still deal damage, so I still took a hit from the belly flop. Blood Flame Blade Flail is disgusting. Ooh, Soldier Greaves, another Erdtree Surcoat. Okay. Ballisticians over here I need to eliminate. Cool. And now we can loot this, this lower part of the camp unmolested. There are two caravans here with chests in the back to loot. One has the Troll's Golden Sword. You might guess it's the strength weapon. It's the sword that most of the regular trolls use. I've never used it, not even on my strength build. I'm told that it's basically like a worse, shorter version of the Great Sword, Colossal Sword. But I think it looks a lot better than the stupid Great Sword. Great Shield Talisman, I think that... Yeah, boost guarding ability. I think that reduces the amount of stamina you lose when you block attacks with your shield. butterflies, and there's this little tunnel passing underneath the highway. Item inside. Also got a Vulgar Militiaman and a Wraith Caller. 2 Vulgar Militiamen, rather. Ooh. Jerks. Beating up Torrent like that. Hey, Owie Toy. Good to have you here. This brings us to an Everjail. We get to fight the most infamous reused boss in this game, probably, and it's kind of hard to defend it because it's... well, you'll see. Our foe is Godefroy the Grafted, who is just Godric, first phase only. No phase change, he's just scaled up in HP and damage, and that's it. Kind of boring, and it has weird lore implications too, because it's another guy who's doing all the same grafting as Godric was. Some ancestor of Godric's, presumably. But I don't think we really get much of a clarification about what Godefroy's deal is. He's just here, crafting this jail, because I guess someone hated him for his crafting and trapped him here for it. The Godfrey icon is a legendary talisman. It increases the power of charged spells and skills. It's really powerful if you're using those attacks. It's like 15% damage bonus, so it's pretty nice prize. Atlas, I've defended the duplicate Astel fight before, and I stand by that one. I think it's really cool that you have, like, the absolutely magnificent and horrifying Astel Natural Born of the Void, and then you find out in, like, one of the in-game areas in some random tunnel, like, oh shit, there's another one. It wasn't just a one-off event. These horrific alien beings are just all over the place. I think that's fun. Now, would I like the second version of the fight to have more to differentiate it? Sure. But having a second one I think is cool. Also, you get to use the Dark Moon Greatsword against the second one. You can't do that against the first one. They even put freaking Vike. But that's cool too. There's 2 versions of Vike. The fingerprint version, which is like his possessed armor suit, basically. But Vike himself rejected the frenzied flame, and he went and maybe even locked himself in the jail, and he stopped using frenzied incantations and uses incantations from his partner Lanciax again. That's cool. Should we fight the golems again? Let's do it. The archer golems have much less HP than the halberd golems, but yes, I'm also hitting them with a plus 19 weapon. Wyndham's halberd. It's a shame that's not a regular halberd, it's a colossal weapon. Oh, is it time to pump decks finally? I'd say so. We can get more mined later. Okay, one last thing to do down here in Altus Plateau right now. We're going to go up this hill and clear out these ruins. We rode down beside them once before when we first came up here to get to the Grand Lift. I picked up a couple items down that way. There's one Michael's Lily down there on the left, and then another one over here. Ooh, another falchion. What's that, like 4 or 5? Another teleporting scarab. A good time for ice spear. Except it doesn't have vertical tracking really, so I would account for that. Ash of War Shield Crash, I don't intend to use. Even if I ever use a Great Shield. One other thing I could get if I raise my strength to 22 is I could use the Icon Shield and the Great Stars for super regen. That could be fun. Inside here we have a Demi-Human Queen boss, Demi-Human Queen Gillica. We are going to absolutely destroy her. And the real prize is the Ritual Sword Talisman and back. 10% more damage if you have that equipped and you're at full HP. Honestly, it's probably better option than our Erdtree's Favor. We're not going to be at full HP all the time. I don't have like permanent regen or anything, but at least not equipped. But could be a useful boost. Now, there's a little bit more to explore here in these ruins. On this way, I can grab that. And just a couple more mini-humans. That liver and a Trina's Lily. Finally, down in this section of the ruins, there's the Erdtree Gazing Hill, by the way. Side of Grace right here. So we rode up this way and jumped across that gap over there when we first came up here. But also, since we came to Altus Plateau first from either the Volcano Manor entrance, via the Dr. Versions, or also if you come up via the Ruins to Ruin Precipice, Raya waits for you here at the side of the Lux Ruins. If you come up using the Grand Lift of Dectus, she'll just be right there at the Grand Lift platform. So her position is adjusted to be close to where you're going to pass by as you enter Altus Plateau from the upper entrances down like this way, if you don't come up the Grand Lift.
I've been waiting for you. I knew you had the stuff of champions. I hereby invite you to the Volcano Manor. Take my hand and have audience with my mistress. Give me your hand. I will pray that you follow the same path as Lady Tanith.
All right, we've arrived at the Volcano Manor.
Brave Tarnished. Welcome to the Volcano Manor. I am Tanith, the proprietress of this house. Raya spoke well of you, a warrior of promise, I believe she said. Perhaps you are prepared to make a commitment. Will you join us here at the Volcano Manor and resist the tide? Why accept the burden of their grace, or be fooled by the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers?
A lot of people are telling me they have doubts about the Fingers. But I don't think I'm prepared to make a commitment yet.
That is unfortunate. Raya will be disappointed, but I won't twist your arm. Now, time for you to leave, I should think. Let this intersection of our paths be the last.
Well, maybe we'll change our mind. But okay, we'll leave. Out the front door, we are at the upper part of Mount Gelmir. So that's going to do it for today, chat. Thanks for joining me. That was our adventure across Altus Plateau. So on the schedule next is we're going to explore, like we're going to descend down Mount Gelmir and then kind of double back and work our way up and around the base of the mountain, where eventually we will find Sorcerer Azur. So that'll be the first objective for next time, and then we'll head back to Raya Lucaria and into Nokron. So yeah, looking forward to that. Should be able to do it later this week. So yeah, leave it there, and we'll check out this horror show in front of us when we come back. I'll see you next time.